Oof. Oh, hello, Lunatic. My eyes blurred and I was red, my thumb was sound. We were gonna do art today. I see. Wait, where's the... Weird. Okay. There we go. Hello, how are you doing? Setting up the ads. Setting up the posts. Hope you're doing good, Lunatic. Doing alright? That's good. That's good. I'm glad you're doing alright. Oh my god. But today... Today I had an appointment during the morning, right? So I got back here, I ate lunch, then I got back down here to start getting set up. But then I remembered she is going to go outside today. So then I got back up so I could bring something for me to eat down here. Then I had to go to the bathroom. Then I came back. Then Lila seemed like she wanted to pee. So I opened the door for her. But then she changed her mind and then got back. And then I started setting up. And now we're here. It was pretty tight, but we managed to get just around time. Just around the usual time. Not quite, but close enough. But yeah, here we are today. It's gonna be interesting to say the least. Today is gonna be interesting. But yeah, I am doing alright. Is the sound working? Okay, the sound is working. Good. OBS likes to randomly reset which mic I'm using, just so it won't work. There we go. Spotify is working. That's good. Thank you for the pet, Lunatic. We're almost ready to start. 3, 2, 1. Hello everyone! How's everyone doing today? Hope everyone is doing fine. Yes. Hold up, what is this? Why is the chat not appearing? Hello? Interesting. The chat should appear above my head. Did I do something wrong? This isn't it. Huh. Yeah, no, string element is here. Waifus, indeed, Lunatic, indeed. Huh. I don't know why the chat isn't working. Guess I'm gonna have to check that later. But anyways. Welcome everyone. Hope you're all doing good today. Today we're gonna do waifus, indeed. So Momochi wants a reading alert, right? She's been wanting for a while, and I haven't had a lot of free time. So today, since we are between commissions, we're actually gonna do it. Momochi was very helpful. She drew this really detailed sketch of what she wants. As you can see, it is very detailed, and I can understand 100% what she wants here, right? So that was very helpful. Thank you, Momochi. Very, very helpful indeed. But yeah, essentially what she wants is her in the middle and two waifus on each side and a waifu in the back. The waifus in question are Raiden Shogun, Illustrious from Azure Lane, right? And Ishmael from Limbus Company. And she asked specifically for the Flip Witch style. Flip Witch sprite style. So that's what we're doing today. That's what we're doing today. So for now, what I'm going to do is let's take the basic one here. We're gonna make the sprite in this style, but and we're gonna do the characters. We're gonna do the characters. Oh. Gregor, my beloved. Actually, you know what? Hold up. You know, the best way to work probably going to be for me to work like this. I'm gonna do it on these files here. So it's easier to compare proportions, right? I already have an incomplete sprite of Momochi in this style. So I'll be able to set that up later, more easily. I'll be able to set her up later. But her, I will leave for last, because I know how to draw Momochi, I don't know how to draw these in particular. So we're gonna focus on the waifus for now. So let's see, we focus on waifus indeed. Indeed, we must focus on the waifus. Gotta zoom in those waifus. Let's see. Intone. The ones that I usually use, I think. Yeah, she's very white. She's very white. I think she can use Momochi's actually. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. So we can get started here. Oh yeah, chat. Let me show you guys something. I worked on... I cooked a little bit. I already have a new your character here. I did the cards. I like Sharky's animation. I made a female version. And I did this one of like dancing on the card for no apparent reason. I was kind of distracted and it ended up like this. It's kind of neat though. And not this color for her. There we go. Okay. So now we have to see Raiden Shogun's type of eyes. Oh dear. I wonder why I put this here. But anyways. The I draw Momochi with wider eyes because I think it just fits her aesthetic better. Rating, I don't think it quite fits as much. For rating, I think sharper eyes. Although her in-game sprite, she has a very soft expression, I know that's not really how she is most of the time, right? She's got a more sharper personality. If not a little bit dorky. She's sharp, but a little bit dorky. Okay, so eyes need to be a little bit lower. There we go. Technically, even a little bit lower because... And there we go. There we go, perfect. This is more or less the proportions. Oh, Taraman, oh, Taraman 7. Oh, Taraman 7. I think this is like one of the best chiptunes music that ever was written. Hot take, but... Yakusen-man, Yakusen-man. Doramati. Okay, there we go, there we go. We got a very, very cute face here. We can work with. And now, let's see. Let's do her hair. Let's do her hair. But yeah, oh, chat. Let's get started with today's topics. So today, I went to a nutritionist. And I had an appointment with a nutritionist. This is part of my things to do to recover from 100% from surgery, right? The surgeon recommended me to go to a nutritionist because he was a little bit worried about the condition of my muscle tissue and said I should go to a nutritionist to make sure once I was better, to make sure the body heals 100,000% basically, right? So I went there today. She seemed very nice. She was very professional. Right. Apparently, though, I discovered something funny regarding my height. Apparently, I grew like 1 centimeter. So I am 190 meters tall right now. I thought I was 187. Turns out I'm 190. But like, wow, this is the first time. Usually when I measure my clients, the height is usually less of what they say they have. That's immediately like, yeah, the guy thing. That is one thing I thankfully never had to experience. When I was little, I actually thought I was too tall. Which, considering how much people seem to worship height nowadays, I feel like that anime girl that was insecure because her booba was too big. I feel like I was the male trope equivalent. But anyways. I think we got Raiden's hair. Her hair is kind of mummy, isn't it? Kind of a mum hair. She is pretty cute though. I understand why Momochi likes her. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Okay. So let's do the body. And so unfortunately, this sprite of Mama Kiba doesn't have all the layers, but the other one that has all the layers also has a little bit some extra layers that aren't really safe for work. So yeah, we use what we can use on stream. We'll use what we can on stream. Why did I make those layers not safe for work? Well, I was going for the full flip witch style, which meant the not safe for work part was baked in. And I figured I might as well learn, it could be useful for a commission. And it was. And it was. Okay, for now, I will not do too much work on her booba. Let's see. Did you know technically Raiden's dress goes against Twitch guidelines for streamers? For streamers, though, it is absolutely okay for the model to be in-game model to be like this. Yeah, because of this. It's showing too much thigh. As that little thigh window. Apparently that is no good. That goes against what Twitch wants to watch. And I am pretty sure the thing is, right? The rules are can be a little bit weird, but at the same time, there are people who like find a way to push it a little bit too far. And one thing that was said that was kind of interesting was the idea that VTubers are hard to categorize sometimes. So apparently VTubers cause a few issues on the system where even though you flag your string as 18 plus, because you're playing something like Minecraft, the system will sometimes show it to your younger audience by accident. From what I understood from that one interview with the Twitch CEO, that was basically what they admitted to. Though I don't know if there are some VTubers who end up flagging their strings wrong by accident or something. So I don't know. I don't know how much responsibility each side has, basically. But it seems to have implied that theoretically, if all VTubers were not were more were 100% complete risky, and all the streams were like the bathtub girl stream, there wouldn't be any issue. And the main issue is that VTubers are a mixed package. Which causes their system to be wonky sometimes. That's what I got out of that interview that Giga did. And yeah, fair, we are very diverse. I mean, sometimes I start like this. And then end like this. So I can kind of see that. I can kind of see that. By the way, Lunatic, that animation thing that you learned to do was it's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. Honestly, I'll be real, I'm looking at that a little bit greedily. Because in theory, right? If we could bake this model with this model in one, we could add a transformation animation, you know, like smoke. Or even, if that's too complicated, right? One thing we could do is add the smoke animation when changing outfits. Can you imagine a puff of ninja smoke and then change outfits? It would work so cool. It would be such a cool little feature to add. It's like puff of smoke, Gyaro form. Like, I don't know if I want to add to this, but maybe, when Mama Kiba 2.0 rolls around, we can add that. Speaking of which, I was thinking about making completely new readings for Mama Kiba. But now that I think about it, also, I just thought of something. Raiding is gonna be sitting. I don't have to make her standing up. Also, both genders in one module would be difficult and extremely large files, so it'd lag a lot more. Yeah, no, I know it's not really doable. I know it's not really doable. It's one of those things like, it would be fun if it was possible, but I know it's actually not. I know it's actually not. But for the outfits, it would go great though. For the outfits, it would probably be pretty good. Okay, so now we make her sitting down. Also, chat. Last week I started art classes. I can just have smoke puff animation. You can play that whenever the outfit changes. Yeah. I'm starting to art with my bare hands. I'm learning how to art with my bare hands. My main goal with taking those classes is not to like stop doing pixel art and start drawing or anything like that, but it's like a very basic course on the fundamentals of arting, right? And there is one thing that I know for a fact happens with people like me. Yeah, physical arting. Exactly. What did you listen? What did you hear, Lunatic? What did you hear? But anyways, one thing that happens with people like me who are self-taught, right, is that a lot of the times arting with your bare hands. Okay, so maybe I was a little bit too dramatic with that. It's not like I am doing finger painting or anything like that, right? But after a while, you get what I mean. Hold up, I think I'm gonna need some extra support here to do this. Yeah, here we go. Let's make a seat. We need a couch. She's gonna be sitting down. So we're gonna need... I was thinking like you were doing pixel art more manually, but I was so confused with what it meant since you normally just do pixel art by manually placing pixels. Ah, no, not like that. Yeah, that was a wrong thing to say. But yeah, what I meant was actually drawing with a pencil. Actually drawing with a pencil, pen and paper. Because I want to learn the fundamentals to make sure there isn't anything that I could be thinking wrong. Now, am I dissatisfied with my current progress in pixel art? Not really. I do think I'm doing alright. I think I can still learn how to do new things. I think there's still stuff I can improve. There always is stuff that I can improve. And I am not dissatisfied with my work at all. However, Momochi was decided to take the course because she... Usually, whenever she feels like she is stagnating, the taking an art course in that particular school always helps her. And I was like, and like she was like, hey, since I am taking these classes, don't you want to take them with me? I was like, yeah, actually, Actually, why not? Why not? Let's take them together. And thus we did. So we're still at the very, very fundamental of the fundamentals of drawing, which is learning how to use shapes to convey messages. Oh, Lila Saint still went out. Hold up just a second. Also, Momochi will be out today, so I will have to interrupt stream a little bit more. I hope that's okay. Just a second. BRB. Because, like, whenever Momochi is around, Lila behaves so well. But whenever she's not around, she starts getting a little bratty and asking for stuff. Hey, thank you, Lunatic. So, yeah. But yeah, we are starting with shapes. I got homework now, chat. I haven't had homework in a while, but I have homework now. Honest to God, homework. It's been a while. Man. I'm like drawing coconuts and flowers as part of the homework. It's wild. It's wild. Let me see here. And I think it is easier if I just this. So nice here. The thing you gotta take the most care of when drawing a leg bent is to not accidentally draw chicken legs. Gotta find a way to balance that. Balance the everything, you know? Otherwise, you're at risk of either making a character with very, very weird legs or no knees. No, knees usually look pretty bad. Come to think about it, I'm not entirely sure I did any sprite of with these proportions set sitting down yet. I think this one's the first. But that is fine. I'm not one to pick jobs because they're in my comfort zone. Which is why I don't usually do your character here's actually. But I gotta say, the your character here's are pretty good. That machine gun one, I got 3 commissions out of that one. Was pretty decent actually. There we go. Perfect, perfect. There are the lines that I want. And also, chat, I have to apologize to my patrons. I haven't really stopped to make the pool properly. I got your suggestions. I will take care of it. I was like thinking I would like do the Patreon reward already because of the Discord, but then I remembered that there actually are a few patrons who aren't necessarily on my Discord. So it's gonna take a little bit longer until I do the pool voting on Discord. I should be able to get that pool started today. I'm gonna add a few picks of my own because I felt like it was a little bit too Limbus Company focused. So I'm gonna give some extra suggestions. They're a little bit more mainstream. Just to make sure that everyone is on the same page. And then I'll draw the character you picked. And post it on Patreon. Yeah, no, this is good. This is good. Of course, if we are talking about also, chat, hope you guys had fun with the Suikoden stream. If I'm going off metrics, I'd say you did. But metrics can sometimes be deceived. Metrics are deceiving. Oh hey, I checked the Patreon for your character option of safe for work, not safe for work. Apparently one more person voted not safe for work, so it's not tired anymore. Oh, really? I mean, I could take that into account and make a not safe for work one next for Patreon. Makes you wonder who it was, doesn't it? But that's kind of the point of it being... how do you say? Being... anonymous. I wonder what I could do for a not safe for work one. There are a few positions and animations that I would like to try that I haven't tried before, right? Okay, but that reminds me. Yes, Lunatic? I had a commission idea finally. Oh, that's good, that's good. Is it one that can be said here on stream? Oh, nice. So, what did you think? What were you thinking? One, two, three, four. Yeah, I thought so. Hey, Super Fudge! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. So imagine Scooby-Doo running... Why naked? It's not naked, it's just a sketch. It's just a sketch. I'm trying to get the anatomy right. I mean, if you want, I can make it blue. There we go. I'm doing good, I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good too. It's me and my human form chasing a tentacle creature. Nice. I see, I see. Ah, that'd be cute, that'd be cute. Okay, now let me check just a second a few things. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with the total. So here is 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let me see. So imagine Scooby-Doo running across the screen, chasing through doors back and forth, but it's me in my human form chasing a tentacle creature. Personally, I think it'd be very funny. It would, it would. Man, that actually reminds me, a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, I read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I read a cultured manga once, which was an anime girl who married a tentacle creature. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And it was really funny because the tentacle creature would come home wearing a tuxedo. Wearing a tuxedo and a hat. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, I read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was basically that newlywed, wholesome Japanese scenario, but it was with a tentacle creature. And then consenticles happened. And everyone was happy at the end. The end. Concentricles are best tentacles? They are. They are. They absolutely are. But yeah, Lunatic, that sounds like a lovely idea. That sounds like a lovely idea for a commission. And I do want to ask two things of you. First, rest up, because I know you pushed yourself very hard with rigging that one thing, right? So I want you to rest, and when you have time, when you're feeling better, right? When you're feeling ready for it, the Mamakiba 2.0 is technically ready. She is technically ready for rigging. But I do want for you to be well and good for it. I don't want to dump it on you right away, right? And I want to make sure that I can pay you as art trade, and I want to make sure you find what makes you think is a good equivalent exchange, right? If you feel that like a single idea that you have isn't enough, we can negotiate to do more stuff. Don't worry about it, right? So when you're ready, okay? I feel like she has too much neck. Don't want to be too greedy though. I mean, you don't have to be too greedy. You can like think of what would be what price you would put for the rigging, you know? And then I can like calculate more or less was something that you ask, and then I would be like, okay, so I could also do this, this, and this, and then we come to a conclusion on the price and what I could work on to repay basically. Yeah, it's kind of the system that I use to make sure no one gets feeling cheated when trading for cards in Yu-Gi-Oh. That's the system that I use it. Interesting. If just turn it that way. There we go. I don't know. I still feel like maybe the booba should be a little bit upper. Hmm. Maybe it's the position of the legs. Something too high. Maybe a little bit more like this. This does feel slightly better. It does feel slightly better. This feels slightly better. Yeah. But like this. Maybe like this. Compared to... Ah, there we go. There we go. Okay, I think I got it. There we are. And I'm gonna use a different layer to make sure. Fine. Whoop. There we go. And maybe if I get any more free time, I could actually start working on the alternative clothings for the new model too. I have a feeling that if I don't have a Gyaru form on the new model, there will be riot. Because I slightly think that that's a very popular outfit. You know? I feel like the maid one isn't as like it as the Gyaru one. For whatever reason, the Gyaru one like stuck like glue. Probably because I can do the Valley Girl accent a little bit if I want to. But y'all like Yarus a lot. I do want to like when making the 2.0 outfit, I wanna be a little bit less generic with the Gyaru. With the Gyaru look, I wanna make like if possible, I wanna still give ninja vibes with the Gyaru outfit, you know? Not full Gyaru, but ninja Gyaru. Somehow. But I am not entirely sure what to put. Like, maybe like, I don't know, shuriken earrings or something like that. Although, that does make it a terrible disguise. But you know what? Terrible disguises sometimes mean great character design. Sometimes a terrible disguise is just a great character design in disguise. You know what I mean? Let's see, didn't much specify any positions. Kinda. She kinda did, actually. Interesting. I thought she didn't, but she did. What do you know? Chat is blocking Momo's glorious art. We cannot see the specifications. Hold up. The chat isn't even working. I'm gonna take it off. Can I take it off? Actually, I don't think I can. Let me... There it is. There is the beautiful art. Right there. Look, chat. Look at the glory. See? Arms like this. That's the specification. So, it is a specification. It is a specification. Chef's Kids emote? Indeed. Indeed. Man, you guys should see. Like, Momochi has this game she plays with her sister, where it's not quite like a Gartic phone, but it's pretty close. Where basically the goal is to just doodle. One starts to doodle something, and the other one has to finish the doodle, or do a doodle that has anything to do at all with the first one's doodle. And I think they actually they did a collab once. I think Momochi did a collab with her sister where they just doodle the complementary doodles of one another. I think that's how we got that hyper thick booty Vaporeon. I don't know if you guys remember this. It's been a while. But yeah, it is beautiful. It is beautiful. Truly, truly beautiful. I joined it in a few times, but like the level of curse those should do, that is too much for me. That is too much for me to keep up. I heard my doggo crying. Huh. Was it her? Chat, I'm gonna have to take a look real quick. I'll be right back, okay? Gotta make sure doggo's okay. BRB. Oh god. Chat, my doggo cries over nothing. My doggo cries over nothing. I heard her howling from far away. I got scared that something bad... Oh, wait. And she followed me. Hold up. Okay. I'm back. I'm back. So I heard her crying from far away, and I'm like, "Oh, is everything all right?" Because sometimes my grandmother's caretaker doesn't notice that Lila is out, and Lila might get herself locked out. So I thought that could have been a thing that was happening. Turns out there's just she just wanted pets. She was crying for pets. She just wanted head petals and was crying about it. She was like, "Give me more head pets, please. Please give me head pets." But she cries like it's something serious, right? I mean, it is serious for her. She didn't feel like she had enough head pets, but still. She's a little bratty. Little bratty. Dogo, please. Hey, Akaduske, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Better call you Ski. How are you today? Hope you're doing good. Feel like this arm could be better. Right now. But how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. There we go. Right, there we go. A little bit better. Man, Final Fantasy did such an amazing salad with the place that music belongs to. Because that was the Costa del Sol theme, which is a location in Final Fantasy VII that is simultaneously inspired by Hawaii and Brazil at the same time, which is quite the salad. Okay, I think we can start actually doing her clothes. While we do her clothes, we can fix anything that was a little bit wonky along the way. I am more healthy again for now, at least until Tea thing in April. I've been suffering through very retro Ninja games. Ninja Gaiden today was sadistic. Oh my god. First one, third one. Oh, all the NES ones are absolutely pain. They're all absolute pain. Which one hurt the most for you? Man, Ninja Gaiden. I might play that sometime. At one point I might play it. For now though. Mega Man series has been pretty fun for me. The Mega Man Zero games are pretty fun. There we go. I see. Yeah, there's like a big clash in color here. Oh. Your affection, your affection. Can't you like this though? I think it's better. I think it's better. But yeah, hope you're doing good, Skay. Hope you're doing good. So, and we put that right here. So, let's see here, this color, more or less. Yeah, there we go. Not done game 3 yet, but was the most evil so far. History, we have some history too, because it was the first rock hard game I played as a kid. Game be like, go ahead, die and come back as often as you want, you will break before you win. Ah, yeah. Man, there were some games that like, the people who did this, they do not like children. They want children to suffer. They want children to suffer. Like, I don't know if you ever seen, because this used to be a well-known game, but nowadays not so much. It's called Ghosts and Goblins, right? Super Ghosts and Goblins, Super Ghosts and Goblins. Pick whichever version you'd like. That game is hard. That is a hard game, and it has such a sadistic premise too. It has such a sadistic premise. Because Super Ghosts and Goblin is one of those games that is very hard. The stages are very hard. The bosses are actually not that hard. But the whole game has this really asshole-ish mechanic where after you beaten the game once and you get to the final stage, right? The stage right before the boss, the princess that you're supposed to rescue suddenly is like, oh, by the way, Arthur, it's King Arthur, the main guy, by the way. It's just like, Arthur, you did remember to bring the goddess bracelet that I left behind for you, right? I left it for you on stage 1. If you haven't, please go get it. It is the only weapon that can actually harm the final boss. And then the game just goes like, okay, go back to stage 1, get the item, and do it all over again. Not done with game 3 yet. Okay. I won't go too deep in details. I just say the difficult and punishment for a mistake is a mountain. Just go all. I know of that game. I know that one of the main mechanics that they use to punish you when you is if you do a jump wrong and you get, there's like momentum with the jumps. So whenever you get knocked behind, or knocked back, whenever you like get hit by an enemy, whenever you misjump, you can't correct. And every single enemy is positioned in a way that if you get hit, you will get thrown back and fall off a cliff and die immediately. There are a lot of jumps like that in that game. That much I know. That much I know. It's Nintendo hard after all. And I also know the history behind why the hell they did this sort of thing. And it's a really interesting one, I think. And the reasons were rental stores. The reasons were actually rental stores. Because, you see, back at the time, games were relatively short. If you ever had the experience of playing on an emulator with save states, you will actually realize how short these games actually were. Because if you eliminate the factor, the main difficulty factor of like having a limited number of lives, a lot of these games can be beaten. Though the older games, they can be beaten in like 1, maybe 2 hours of gameplay. And the main reason the difficulty, the high difficulty was there, was to essentially pad out time. And one, make sure you couldn't beat the game in under an hour, because that would be really lame. Games back then weren't exactly cheaper. So something like, I don't know, Super Mario 2 would cost about as much as, I don't know, Halo Wars? And if you paid $60 for a game that lasts 1 hour, even if you're like, wow, that was a fair experience, you wouldn't be happy. You wouldn't be happy. So to make sure that didn't happen, they made the game an unfair experience, so you would play a lot of it. Like, especially as kids, most of us never finished our games, right? I know most of the games I had from that time, I never finished. And I had those games, I could play them like forever. But they were hard, but usually, especially as a kid, you would get that one stage that you're always stuck. And that you're always coming back to. And yeah, and the main reason the companies did this was because they were like, okay, to make sure that the kid is able to beat our game, they have to buy it, because they're gonna need to have a lot of time to practice while having the game before they can actually beat it. The cruelest thing in the game 1 is that you get one attempt on phase 3 boss fight, you get health refills, but if you fail, not only get sent back about 4 sections, but you get back to the boss no longer has health refills. Oof. Yeah, I know. Ninja Gaiden is like hyper sadistic. I played less sadistic games. I played the Mega Man games. The Mega Man games were alright most of the time. The first one had a bit of sadism on the final stages. The Willy stages were a bit sadistic. I remember that the first one had this thing where the only way that you were able to beat at some bosses was by having specific weapons, right? But if you died mid-fight, you'd have no way to refill your weapon. So against certain bosses, if you died once, you might as well have lost all your lives. You might as well just reset the game up, input the password, and restart from the start. Because you can't beat Boss X unless you have the bomb. Because the bomb is the only thing that damages Boss X. There were stuff like that. There were certain things like this the end stages. But overall, because it was a game that had password system, it wasn't as bad. Now, the ones that are really mean are the ones that didn't have passwords. Those were the most infuriating experiences you could possibly imagine. Those were really, really bad. I remember Demo Problem. Yeah. Like, it's kind of funny because that is kind of a recurring issue in Mega Man games. And the way they fixed the issue was that was essentially only with stage design. Because they would make these sections of the stage where you could farm for the ammo items in order to refuel. The ammo and health items in order to refuel. And yes, there was also, I believe, how do you say? They did do the E-Tank thing. They did do the E-Tank and the W-Tank. That also helped. But that also gets depleted eventually. So at one point, the game's like, okay, I got you these buffers, but after that, you're on your own, kid. What, you want more? I already gave you too much. Get good. There is a point where the game just goes, I did enough, get good. I just tried to host this channel. I forgot that's not a thing anymore. Aw. Wait, you can't host channels anymore? No, you can only have them recommended now. You can only have recommendations now, right? Right. I think it's only recommendations. But thank you. Thank you for the thought, Skate. Thank you. Over here. I was watching a playthrough. No host, only raid. Yeah, they really went down hard on raiding as the de facto. And now they're trying the knock. To the dismay of introverted VTubers everywhere, they're trying to push the knock now. Thankfully, I didn't think the knock ended up being that bad because of the favorite system. Man, how do I do this? I think I just put it back here. I think I just put it in the back and call it a day. Because otherwise, where would it go? It would go right between her legs. That probably wouldn't look that good. Okay. So we got this one. And I can put it like this. And like this. So you wrote the dice, see where it may fall. Come on, why won't you spin the wheel? See who it may call. Leave into temptation. There we go, there we go. But man, I saw the other day a playthrough of Faster Quest. The person finished it, but the only reason they finished the playthrough was because they were using a turbo controller. And it was like the scariest thing to think about playing that game, because even though the person was using the turbo controller, it still took them 500 years to kill the bosses. It was mortifying to think about what it would it be like to beat the game without actually having a turbo controller to help you. Like, that game must have caused so many repetitive movement lesions. LER, if I'm not mistaken. Because of the way the game was. Because, like, you had to farm everything at the beginning. That game is hell. That game is hell. Chat, never ask me to play that game. I don't want to play Faster Quest ever on stream. It will be hell. It will be hell. Oh, I think I can hold up. I no longer have an Atari 260, but when I did, plugging a Genesis controller changed everything. Wait! The 260 could plug in a Genesis controller? Really? That was a thing? Huh, I wish I would know that. When I was little, I had a neighbor who actually owned an Atari. Although at the time he owned an Atari, I think I owned a Nintendo system. Though it wasn't really a Nintendo system, it was the Brazilian Nintendo system. I talked about this briefly. It wasn't designed that way, it was just a funny coincidence. Oh, wait, and it worked? That's amazing. Nowadays, game companies literally have a research team to avoid that from ever happening. That is so funny. They just had the same plugin system. That is amazing. Mm-hmm. Man, doing pixel art of Genshin Impact characters. A little bit of pain, because they go way too hard with the details. They go way too hard with the details, and I wanna put as much details as I can in the sprites, but you just can't. You just can't. Hey, it can be worse, Max. Max are tough, Dylan. Well, by the way, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. However, Max aren't tough because of the details on the Max. Max are actually pretty good for sprite art. The issue with Max is that you need to have a mastery of certain skills. Also, your chat isn't showing the top right. I know, I don't know what I did. Think I accidentally deleted the chat. Something on the string elements decided not to show chat for some reason. Wait, come to think of it. Is the string elements? Hold up, let me check that real quick. Is it the dashboard? Oh god. I'm gonna look at this later. I'm gonna look at this later. You guys don't exactly want to see me trying to fix some small detail string. If you guys want, one thing I can do though. If it's too distracting to have a chat that doesn't show anything. Hello, Gilster. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Ah, you like my model? Thank you so much.
262
I drew it myself, and my mod here, Lunatic, rigged it for me. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. So yeah, pixel art by me, rigging by Lunatic. A true lunatic in the design. It's pretty funny, the design for this model. My wife did my mail form design, right? And I did the design for this model based on her design, but adding elements of my own. So yes, you rigged this. You rigged this. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take the things out. And I am going to increase as a bright. There we go. So now, it's less distracting that the chat isn't working, and I'll do my best to get it fixed by tomorrow. Because this week is gonna be a little bit weird. Momochi was supposed to stream today, but she isn't streaming because she had like a special appointment. Her knee started hurting, so she needs like a special physiotherapy to get them better. So I was like, oh, I can stream on your time because I won't be able on... Which comes first, Thursday or Tuesday? I always forget. Yeah, I won't be able to stream on Thursday. It's my mom's birthday. So I want to take her out to eat something nice, right? But I will stream on Tuesday. I will stream on Tuesday. Thursday is her birthday, so I'll stream today and tomorrow. Thank you, thank you. And yeah. But Saturday stream is gonna happen at the regular time. No problem. Does anyone know how the skirt works exactly while sitting down? Let's see. Maybe the chibi model has a good... I see. So it's kind of like this. Yeah, kind of like this. There we go. As for the little things in the middle, I don't think we actually need to draw. It. That is surprisingly enough. Yeah. There we go. We do need to draw these though. A little bit more. There we go. Like this. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Oh, we do it like this. And finally, the Tingus. Gonna find a snack? Alright, lunatic. Good luck. Don't let the mix get you along the way, as Momochi likes to say. Oh, I just thought of like an amazing flirting line. I could have been like, all smooth-like and say something along the lines of, "Oh, why would you need to go grab a snack? You're already a snack right here," or something like that. That's too lame. It's probably too lame. Anyways. Let me grab this. There we go. God, I am so happy they decided to release the coding finally at long last. Especially because Ayuden was unfortunately such a letdown. Why need a snack when you're already for quartz? Exactly! Yeah, the great pickup line, I think. Pet pickup lines are a joy. PD, I don't know a whole lot of them in English. I know a lot of them in Portuguese, though. I know a lot of them in Portuguese. But like 95% of them make absolutely no sense if I try to translate, which is unfortunate. I mean, I do know that very cheesy one. It's like, which is like, oh my god, are you alright? Are you feeling good? Because clearly you're an angel who fell from heaven, so are you okay? You know, that kind of stuff. That one is cheesy. There's also the anti-pickup line, which is like, oh my god, are you okay? Because you are an angel who fell from heaven and it looks like you landed face first, so are you alright? Which is a good way to get slapped. And doesn't even make that sense in the grand scheme of things, but you know. What have I found, lunatic? You have found imitation crab. You know, I had a few doubts about the crab emote, but I believe the crab emote has a niche. It has the niche of having crab when you're talking about crab. You can reach out for a crab emote that you don't find anywhere else. It is an important crab position. You can also use it if you're feeling crabby. Aha. 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 Crab comes up surprisingly not as rarely as I thought. I know, right? It does come up way more often than one might expect. It is good. It is good that it's there. Okay, this looks less like a ribbon, more like her neck is bleeding. I think I'll just take this pink here. And do like this. And there we go. Okay, we got most of her clothes down. Now, all that's missing is some details on the hair. And this, whatever the hell this is hairpin. And we can move on to the next one. So, do like this one, like this. like this. There we go. But yeah, I am so glad they released Suikoden. It's like I was so sad. I was so sad with how Eiyuden came out, because Eiyuden was like, "Oh, this is fun. This is a great experience," but then the load times just killed my soul. The Switch version was so bad. It had so many promising things. It had Beyblade, come on. Now that's just the Switch in general. So here's the thing, I am playing the Suikoden remake on the Switch, and the load time is completely fine. The game was just not optimized in the least for the console. Unfortunately, this one is completely on the people who made the game. And they keep patching it over and over and over. But it's not fixing the issues. But like, the load time wasn't even the reason why I dropped it. I was still okay, I was still willing to suffer through the load time for Eiyuden. What made me quit for good? Was that the main base, the castle, which the whole point of the castle is that as you recruit more people, the castle gets upgraded. And there's more stuff to do, there are shops, it's your main hub area in general, right? And an important one at that, because you need it for plot progression and stuff like that. But at a certain point of development, the game crashes every time you enter. I think it got too complex, right? So the game kinda gave up. It happened on stream. And it consistently kept happening on stream too. So I was at a risk that even if I decided to ignore going back to the castle, which lame, right? I was at risk that at one point the game would throw me back at the castle because enough progress has been done and like the characters need to convene about what they're going to do. And I would just be stuck. I would just be stuck for good. So before that happened, I decided to quit on my own. Now, that doesn't mean I'm saying that the Switch is good and not at fault at all, which, of course, that's not the case. I'm pretty sure it's very hard to optimize for the Switch. But at the same time, if you're gonna release your game for the Switch, you gotta know how to optimize it for it, right? And you know, and I was one of the people who I actually did back Eiyuden. I did like the lowest tier pledge, but I did back Eiyuden. So it was painful. It was painful that the game was just not functional, non-functional for me. Was pretty painful. Me running it on Steam Deck, it absolutely runs 10 times better. I am absolutely sure it does. But like I said, because I backed it, right, you get a physical copy, and the physical copy they sent me was for the Switch. So yeah, because I backed it, I got the worst version. Sad. Just sometimes things just don't work out the way you want them to. My strongest memory of quitting a game was Skyrim. After a crazy journey with lots of filler episodes and mods and make a wife monstrosity, I suddenly thought to myself, if I stay here, when I finally leave, it will be like Escape Jumanji. What year is this? Skyrim is one of the few first-person games that I actually managed to play to completion. And I actually have a rather funny story regarding that game. So, thank you for the pet, Lunatic. I remember that when I decided to play the game for reals, like seriously, I discovered that there was an assassin quest, and at the time I roleplayed as an assassin character in the greatest MMORPG of all time, Ragnarok Online. So I was very interested in seeing what the Assassin's Guild for Skyrim was, right? Wait, you finished Skyrim? How? Oh wait, there is third person. Yeah, I moved it in third person and switched it to first person to snipe people from a farm, effectively reducing my movement to nearly zero. Just say Ragnarok Online. I said Ragnarok Online. I did. It begins. So, I did the whole assassin quest. We have shared trauma, rocks in a corner. Oh no. I love how you say that playing Ragnarok Online is shared trauma instead of shared experience, and I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. So, Skay, where did you rot until you finally reached level 99, huh? Hey, Ferdhat, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? What was your rotting spot? I mean, grinding spot? Did you get a big fancy party and did the biolabs? Or were you a solo leveler like me and you found a weird place that people didn't go to in order to actually finish your levels? Play Monhan, nice, nice, nice. That game is very popular. Oh, wanna see something fun? Hold up. I haven't posted this yet. But I did this Monster Hunter hats as a commission. I only remember getting... Rise Not Wilds, I see. I only remember getting some error on level 67, then everything after that for me was private servers. That makes sense. That is when the XP becomes impossible. You posted it on Patreon. I did. I forgot to ask my commissioner if I could post this on other social medias as well. Although I'm pretty sure they're fine with it. It is kind of do have to kind of be careful and make sure I ask everything. But yeah, that's the head commission. It was commissioned by T-Bark. I threw beer at their face once and they commissioned me. Isn't that amazing? Ragnarok Online was great, by the way. I was a Synax on my server. I was a Synax too. Okay, so for context, Lunatic, so here's what happened. While we were on our break, right, me and Momochi, we got invited to a birthday party. Sing Accent Night, I see. Played a metric Facton Feral Private Servers though. I never actually played the private servers. I feel like I lost an experience. Momochi played a lot of private servers. She even got kicked out of one. I really wish there were more Smith classes in game. I agree. But I also think the Smiths were done dirty in Ragnarok Online because they never gave them more stuff to Smith. Which is mean, because that's the whole point of their class. They can smith stuff. And then on the upgrades, they just focused entirely on the battle aspect, and they completely neglected to give them more stuff to smith. Because they wanted the classes to be released. They didn't want to release new drops through classes. They wanted it to be through content, I think, was their justification for it. Not that they actually gave a justification. It was more like, love the idea, not the execution. That is true. That is fair. Oh. There we are. I like supportive classes and stuff. I like helping friends. Ragnarok Online was weird with support classes though. Because like, what a lot of people ended up doing in that game was they would make alt accounts with support classes, and they would use these support classes to... They would like put the support classes in strategic places, right? Don't even get me started with our Imperial content. Oh god. That stuff was so fun. Couldn't get half the shit going on, but it was fun. Yeah. Okay, let me just finish my thoughts first. So what they would do with support classes is they would like put them in strategic places in maps with alt accounts. Then they would take their main character and they would kill monsters on the map where they left their support classes, and they would log in on their support class to spread buffs to the character that was leveling up. Then they would log out, so the character would have all the buffs and benefits of having a support class with you without sharing experience. It's Fishmail time, yes. That was like a meta. Because the other way you did that was paying support classes to buff you without sharing experience. So people would actually be mercenary, kind of act as mercenaries, and they would be like, okay, so I want X amount of in-game currency per hour that I'm doing this. And the other guy would be like, okay. This music is oddly appropriate, lol. Our own original FF Online gave me trauma that when my sister asked me if I wanted to play WoW, I was like, nope. WoW is a game. After I stopped playing Ragnarok Online, I played WoW for a year. The name of the expansion was Cataclysm, which most WoW players say was actually one of the worst. I actually had fun with it, but probably because I played Rogue, and Rogue was considered OP. Then Mists of Pandaria came around, and during the first patch, Rogue was like kinda weird. It was wonky. And then I realized it's something terrible. WoW does this one thing that I absolutely 1000% despise. And the thing that I despise the most that they do is they scale everything down when a new expansion arises. So like, you're leveling up, but it feels like you're leveling down. And I hate that so much. Have you ever heard of Ragnarok Battle Offline? It's like a beaten up. That's a beaten up, right? It's like a cute little beaten up game. I heard of it. Never played it though. Never played it. I'm not even sure if it was official or a fan game. It looked really cute though. It looked really cute, but I never tried it. Also, I think it doesn't have thief in it. It only has swordsman, archer, and I think blacksmith, if I'm not mistaken. Also, it was kind of a funny trend to see in games, because there was this period of time where a lot of Korean MMOs just stopped having thief classes altogether. It wasn't like a really big period, it was rather brief, but it was still funny to see that. Like, developers were like, okay, we give up. We don't know how to balance stealth in our game. Let's just not do stealth. Let's just not do stealth. And they would either actively not have rogue characters, or if they did, the rogue character was just an archer. They would pick archers as the rogue character. It's a fan game Abandonware now, made by the same people who later made Melty Blood. Really? Has 3 expansions, but only the basic classes. Lots of in-jokes though, and lots of swordmen looks like puppet implying their bots. Ha! That is cute. That is cute, that is cute. I like that. I like that a lot. Man, I remember back when I played Ragnarok Online, Sin X was such a hated class. Like, it was hard. At times it was hard. People assume things if you play it as Sing. People would actually assume things about you if you play it Sing. And then I started playing Rogue in World of Warcraft. It wasn't much better. I'm not entirely sure who was hated more. If it was Sing X in Ragnarok Online or Rogue in World of Warcraft. I do, however, think that Rogue in World of Warcraft were more hated. PvP versus in X. Where are they? Clouds of damage number than that. Exactly. But like, there were different builds. For that, right? I think the fairer one was the Soulbreaker. Because like, it wasn't necessarily a one-shot most of the time. And you needed like proper buffs to like Lex Eterna to make it more deadly. But on the other hand, it was a ranged attack that you could use from stealth. And it had some damage that was like unpreventable no matter what you did. So that was cool. For me, for the person playing it. The Sonic Blow ones were interesting to say the least, though. Because they're definitely they really dropped the ball with the poison skill that buffs the damage. It could get to numbers that were a bit too high. And there were also a lot of weird bugs that allowed you to buff your damage even further. And then there were the broken equipment that was also there for like 5% of the population. That made numbers go even more brr. And that caused a lot of hatred. A whole lot of hatred. Meanwhile, I was just a PvEer who liked solo leveling and log in, play silly RPs with friends, and then log out. I didn't even go to PvP rooms. I was a strictly PvE assassin with a solo leveling build. Which was completely different than what a PvP build would look like for the class. Ragnarok Online was interesting like that. It was very interesting that you could craft builds that would reflect what you actually like doing in the game. Yeah, PvP was a really funny aspect in Ragnarok Online because the game was absolutely not crafted for it. But there was so much focus on it because you had the War of Imperium, which was like a weekly event. It would happen twice a week. MMORPG PvP is on fast for me. It's usually easy to see who will win before they start. That is true. Like, Ragnarok Online was even more terrible because you could spam potions. So, if you weren't one-shotting, you weren't really doing anything. I mean, technically you were burning through that player's bank account because they would be... Usually, if you were like a hardcore PvPer, you would use the most expensive healing item in the game. Which was the... what was it? The Yggdrasil fruit. Yggdrasil fruit, which was broken, by the way. Every noob's first mistake. Oh, look, a butterfly, so scary. That butterfly was level 10. That was fun. That was a fun pastime, stand near the beginner's area and watch newbies die to the butterfly because one of the low-level mobs actually has a skill that allows them to turn into a butterfly, so the big level 10 mob is there at the level 1 space. Man, Yggdrasil fruit and leaves, exactly. The biggest thing with the Yggdrasil fruit was the fact that it had no healing animation. You spammed that thing, and people couldn't see that you were spamming them. So people just wouldn't know. I knew a guy who would actually challenge people to duels and be like, okay, no healing items allowed, and straight up just cheat. Straight up just cheat and use the healing items. And deny vehemently that they used the Yggdrasil. Just being like, what are you talking about? I didn't use any healing items at all, but I couldn't kill you. Maybe something's wrong with your damage. You know, you just gaslight the person. I actually beat that guy in a duel. I fought in a way that made him so tired that he decided not to cheat against me. It was also very low stakes, because the thing is, he cheated mostly when people made the duel something personal. He like had a rival or something, which was a guy that was always bugging him to duel him, and if he actually got beaten by that guy would be insufferable and brag for weeks. So he decided to cheat against him to prevent that from ever happening. And that person would get so pissed off at him. Would get just so pissed off, like it was personal. It was like they were disputing to see who was the best knight player. They were knights, by the way, Agi knights. Never have I seen such a dishonorable bunch as the Ragnarok Knights. Lurking at Geffen dungeon entrance with low-level players. We might never speak again, but for a brief time we were family, keeping each other alive, except that one guy who were funnily named Kenny. Man, here's the thing. Ragnarok Online was a pain, but the fact that Ragnarok Online was a pain made it an experience, right? And it's an experience that leaves a mark and gives you memories. And you look back at those memories fondly. But the game itself was terrible, the experience itself were painful, but you kind of look back at them fondly. You look back at them fondly. It is a weird thing. The human brain is weird like that. We crave convenience, but it's the inconvenient things that leave a mark on you. It is the horrible wait times to complete a quest. It's that giant line where you had to fight people in order to get your job advancement as third class. God, that was terrible, by the way. Jesus fucking Christ. The Guillotine Cross advancement quest was so bad. It was so bad. Like, you have a class advancement quest with a special instance that players can only enter one at a time on release day. And in order to enter, You need to speak to the NPC at a specific hour of the day, so the NPC will know that it's night. Except, the game does not have an internal clock that you can see. Nor does it have a day-night cycle. You kinda just have to look up a guide that says when night comes about, and then you talk to the NPC and hope that it's right. And there is a line of people waiting to talk to the NPC too. I'm also remember MapleStory in that same regard. Remember all those jump quests? I didn't play MapleStory a lot, but I think I know what you're talking about. You know why that happened? Because MapleStory was Korean too. Korean games, man. Korean games, they were a different breed. They were ahead of the world in terrible monetization. They were sadistically hard sometimes for no apparent reason. And boy, did they love making skills that made no sense. Oh, the joys of bosses that had an item at less than 1% chance of dropping that spawned every 12 hours, and everyone was after the same boss. Keep on bringing snackles? Oh, Mamachi, you're back, thank you! Okay, I'll wait. Thank you. Remember MapleStory 2? That one I didn't touch. That one, unfortunately, I didn't touch. I played the first one briefly. I remember throwing shurikens at thing was fun, but it kept saying that I missed even though I hit the guy, so I didn't play that much. Neither do I, because it shut down so fast. Oh, it was one of those. But Prince Luck Dylan, do you remember Ragnarok Online 2? If you don't, that makes sense, because it probably shut down even faster. What was the water cave where everyone sniped from the one vantage point and then someone would overextend, run back and help it like, you fool, you kill us all. There were plenty of maps where you could do that. I remember there was an early one with waifus. Funny thing is, Akadaske told me all about it as time went on some time ago. Ragnarok Online 2? Really? Told me off offline and all the happenings in the game. Ah, I see. Wait, there's a 2. Ragnarok Online 2 was the funniest fucking mess that I ever played in my life. Ragnarok Online 2 was so funny. It was so bad. In such a funny way. And such an unfunny way too. Because like... the way Ragnarok Online 2 was such a buggy mess. But such a buggy mess, right? That the game had a lag. It had the funniest lag issue I have ever seen in my life. Basically, what would happen was you would be there leveling with your party, all fun, because Ragnarok Online 2 was 3D, right? And you know how well it usually goes when a studio who does almost exclusively 2D games decides to make a 3D one, right? It always goes wonderful. Nothing bad ever happens. So the game had a connection issue where if you lagged for whatever reason, right? for I don't know if it was when you lagged or if it was when the game lagged exactly, right? I can't really tell you that much. But whenever there was a lag, if you were playing with someone, there would be like this weird disconnect issue where you would see someone who wasn't moving forward, right? And basically what that would mean was, if you were following someone and they disconnected and you didn't realize, you would follow them while they were actually stopped. And then you would either end up lost or fall off a cliff. Because when the person disconnected, it would look like their character were walking in the direction when they actually weren't. So if you were following them blindly, you would actually fall off cliffs and die because of lag. And it wasn't even because the game made you walk when you didn't. It was because you were following someone who actually wasn't there. It was like the siren's call. It was like the siren's call. And that, my friends, is the least of the issues with the game. That's not even a big issue. That's not even a big issue with the game. It was pretty annoying though, because I would be with friends and then I would be all by myself, and I was with Momochi on the call, and Momochi was like, "Where are you going? Where are you going?" And I was like, "Huh? But you're going that," and then the character that was moving forward would like dissipate in the middle of nothing. And then I would look back and Momochi would be all the way back and I'd be like, fucking lag. It was so funny, but God was it annoying. It was so annoying. There has to be a whole YouTube video on it. I hope there is. I hope there is. But the thing is, not a lot of people play that game, so it is like one of those things where it's like, I wonder how many people even remember that that was a thing. Because people still talk about the original. The original is the original, right? And the original was so comically clunky. So comically clunky. And it had good reasons to be clunky, after all. The developers didn't have the source code for the game. They're making a third one. Oh my god. Ah, and they're banking on... I see. They are banking on nostalgia. Well, they've been banking on nostalgia since forever. I actually know a pixel artist on X that is essentially remaking Ragnarok Online from scratch. They're making their own game, but if you look at the sprites and you look at the vibe and you're like, this is Ragnarok Online. Oh, I'd appreciate that. Appreciate that, Dylan. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. I need to do a scuff day where I sit down and watch videos you guys sent again. I need to go back to doing that. You know what? If you send me safe for work videos, I could actually do a stream where I do that. Threw it into Gameless? Alright, thank you. Send video here or Discord? Discord. Like, I am thinking April Fools is coming around and it would be a great time to do like to debut something special, right? We'll post more about it on Discord at a later date. Discord and socials at a later date. But I was wondering about what I can do on the stream after the reveal, and maybe like some video reactions could be a fun thing if everyone is up to it. Heck, I actually have some videos that I want to share. There are thematic with April's Fools. So that could be a fun activity for everyone. Let's see. Now let's look at the super helpful sketch that Momoji made. So this one dispose, okay. We could see things that seem like they are April Fool pranks but aren't. Like the Brazilian Mega Man manga video. Would you guys want to see that? You know, it actually hurts so much that I actually had a physical copy of it. I actually had a physical copy of the Brazilian Mega Man manga. But unfortunately, the glue that they used to glue the pages together was so low quality, but so low quality, that it literally burst open and the pages flew. So I ended up having to throwing it away. Foolish decision. And now I've been on the hunt for another issue for I don't know how long, and I just can find it. I just can't find it anymore. It's just not a thing. It's lost media at this point. I should have at least scanned it. When I say it right now, it is so obvious that I should have taken advantage of the fact that the pages were flying everywhere and scanned it. But I just didn't think about it at the time. Hey Medina, how are you doing? I am grieving the fact that I actually had a copy of the greatest manga of all time, the Brazilian Mega Man manga. But it exploded. It literally exploded. And I didn't scan it. I should have scanned it. The fault lies within you, Ishmael. Is this an Ishmael? It is an Ishmael. Let's see, Ishmael has smaller booba, right? And also a Raiden. Well, thank you. Also my condolences for our Brazilian Mega Man exploding. Yeah, it's really sad. It's really sad. Depends on the idea, Nigo. I think most of the girls have grown at least one cup from their original art. What do you mean there's aliens? Oh, Dylan, you know. You know. Oh, you found the website? Oh, that is good. Is the website safe? I have a bad time with websites that have stuff like this. Usually they throw viruses at me, and exclusively me, and not anyone else. Hmm. It looks safe. I see, I see, I see. Tempting, tempting. I'll try to I'll try to find later. I'm not gonna ask you to share it with me because like I have terrible luck with this thing, so and I have to do it on my own. Like I remember there was a time Lunatic shared a site that was completely safe to him, and the site almost gave me a virus in 5 seconds of me entering. I don't know how, I don't know why, it just happens. Oh my god. Are they in Portuguese? So, wanna hear something fun, Dylan? I actually have a simultaneous translator certificate. So I actually did this before, where I read Brazilian comics and simultaneously translated it to English. It gives me like the worst headache ever when I'm done. But I can do it. And honestly, I done this before, but I only done it on Discord. But now that I think about it, I've seen people reading stuff, like reading books and stuff like that on Twitch without any issue. So I think... I mean, the Brazilian Mega Man manga is actually not safe for work. Like, it is in fact extremely unsafe for work. The kinks the guy who wrote this had were... He had like bondage kink, blood play kink. He turned Roll, which is supposed to be Mega Man's little sister, into like this bombshell hot girl with huge balubalubas. And she had, they called it the Lazarus system. Yeah, no, like the independent comic market, right, was run by Horn Dogs. It was actually run by the Horn Dogs. And they made teenage content. So this is why me and Momochi are extremely well-adjusted individuals. We read these things as kids. We read these things as kids. Particularly me, because I really liked Mega Man, so even if the Brazilian manga was basically a very, very wild fanfic done by a person who was actually very xenophobic. It was still something. Insert it's something meme here. But yeah, I was thinking like at one point to reread the Holy Avenger manga on stream on Twitch. Because like I wouldn't just be reading the manga, I would be translating it, so technically I am accruing value, right, to the piece, and not just taking advantage of it. So I think it's fair. I think it's fair use, actually. Website is safe from using a tool. I don't know if you guys remember Holy Avenger. But anyways, like that manga. Yeah, I don't have ad blockers. Which I should put on my... I really should put on my PC. Come to think about it, I think... Can you guys teach me the ways later? Maybe you guys can teach me the ways after stream. Because I really need it, like, I don't know. Maybe I could, like, put it on a different browser than the one I normally use, so I use it to find this sort of stuff better. Hmm? Oh my god, Lila wants to go out and she doesn't know what to do, so she is putting her paw on my PC to ask for it. That is so cute. I'm gonna help you, baby. Don't worry. Be right back, be right back, be right back. And then she slams against the door full force. There we go, there we go, there we go. It's close to her time to eat too, that's why. But yeah, she is very cute, she is very smart. It's a deadly combination, really. Truly the deadliest of combinations. Kiba is well trained at zero hesitation helping the doggo. Of course, she's my little baby. I can't let my baby be like that. Plus, she's probably hungry. Usually, Momochi feeds her when I'm streaming. I don't know if she's back in the house already or not. But we also have a caretaker who can also help with that, so don't worry about it, it's fine. Aren't doggos always hungry by definition? Little bit, but like... It's her time to eat right now. It's her time to eat right now. Because we feed her organic food, right? We don't use regular dog food. Because she has a surprisingly sensitive stomach. Her stomach is very sensitive. Hmm? Yeah, she's back already? Ooh, Momochi brought me a esfirra. Do you guys know what a esfirra is? Ah, goddammit, sorry. I forgot. Esfirra is like this How do I put it? How do I put it? It's like this baked dough that is filled. It's almost like an empanada. It's like an empanada. And this one's filled with turkey breast, cream cheese, and leek. Oh good. So good. Oh, this music's from another game that I hope they re-release soon. I really hope they re-release soon. I will in a second, Medina. It is actually piping hot, so I will burn my tongue if I eat it right now. This music's from a little game called Final Fantasy Tactics for the PS1. And Final Fantasy Tactics for the PS1 was one of the most mind-blowing games I ever played in my life. Never ever have I seen a JRPG tactic that included horoscope as a character status. Sometimes a burnt tongue is worth it. Waiting is a virtue, on the other hand. You actually had to match your party. Should have done some Ragnarok music for nostalgia. You know what's weird, Skay? Ragnarok, there aren't a lot of Ragnarok musics on Spotify that are the original ones. They only have remixes. It did, actually. People who had compatible horoscopes were more likely to help each other in combat, like with counters, and had higher probabilities of their buffs working. And people who were of non-matching horoscope would like heal less, heal others less. There was a whole, it was a whole thing. It was an actual thing in the game. Because in the world of the story, right, had this kind Jesus-ish legend where Jesus helps a group of heroes named Zodiac Brave to defeat darkness and save the world. And that's absolutely what happened. The church is 100% good, and you should absolutely not look more into it. You heretic. You filthy, filthy heretic. Guess they never confirmed to put them on. Brutal, but very Japan and very JRPG. Apparently horoscopes are different over there and in Europe. Oh, I see where this is going. It's also one of those games that would give very religious people seizures, because if you it doesn't really take a genius to figure out that the game is saying that you shouldn't take everything that's written in the Bible literally. And even if Jesus existed, he might not be the messianic person that the Bible say he is, right? So like it's a JRPG that says, you know what, the Bible may not be historically accurate. Oh, what did you read, Medina? Apparently on the cross that he was crucified was written INRI. Huh. Blasphemy. Wait, a lot of JRPGs does this. Yes, JRPGs were blasphemous by nature. Isn't this fun? I kind of love how Japan could just go there because their take on religion is very different. Historically, it was meaning like Jesus, Nazarene, Rex, Judeon. So Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews. Ah, I see. In the fantasy book I read, the premise was it actually meant Jesus Nazareth, Res Infernorium. It was a lovely one. Oh. Spicy. So you're saying your fantasy book had Jesus in it and he wasn't a lion? Shocking. As someone who didn't grow up with the Lion and the Wardrobe, I don't know. Narnia. Yeah, Narnia. The Narnia books. I was thoroughly confused by the movies. Very, very confused. Like, why is Santa giving them guns? Sorry, wait, what? Yeah, Santa Claus gives guns to children in that move. I mean, sorry, not guns, weapons. I must apologize because in Portuguese those words are used interchangeably. Any weapon is a gun in Portuguese. He didn't give them guns, but he did give them bows, so close enough, right? There's still implements of that. So is Santa America? Fuck yeah. The Wardrobe one only ever played the damn GBA game. No, my god. I'm sure it was a masterpiece, Dylan. I'm sure it was a masterpiece. Lord of the Ring was awesome. Lion, Witch, and Wardrobe and Harry Potter, not so much. Can I be very honest? The Harry Potter movies were pretty alright until the lady who writes the books decided to have a Twitter account. Then it all went to hell. Let's be real. That was yikes. I remember fond memories of playing Narnia games with my sister as a child. One was bugged and we could never progress. Oh no. The Harry Potter books are wild in retrospective. Crazy how they still are generally viewed positively. Mm-hmm. Hmm. The thing she did that was extremely smart, that wasn't opening her mouth on Twitter and having terrible worldviews, was that the main thing that the books did is they aged with the target audience. So the first book was suited for the little kid who was starting to pick up books to read. Interesting. I don't know if I want to keep this term, but we'll keep it for now and see what happens. I know that you're not using it in a bad way, but it's kind of interesting that this was auto-blocked. She just shut up, she'd be beloved all over the world. It's true, it's true. She would have gotten away with a lot if she just shut up too, but, you know. People like that have kind of a magical way of telling it on themselves. That I'm gonna have to agree with you, Medina. That I'm gonna have to agree with you. I still haven't read any of their books yet because not as easy to find them here in Brazil, but I really should. I really, really should. I hear really good things about that as a character, which says enough. Also, did you guys know that in Brazil that is a beloved children's character? I think Momochi might have touched on it a while ago. Yeah, Twitch doesn't care about context, that is true. But basically there is this author here in Brazil called Maurício de Souza. He is the most... He basically owns the most successful franchise in Brazil for children, called Turma da Mônica, Mônica's Gang. It is popular enough that you might have actually heard of it because it has international release. Of course, I don't expect it to be extremely popular outside of Brazil, but here in Brazil, this shit is equal. Monica equals Mickey in terms of popularity, right? She even has 2 theme parks that are falling apart because no one takes care of them properly, but they're there. They are there, and I actually managed to play in them a little bit when I was little, and it was fun at the time before everything broke down. I don't know why, they kind of just let it rot. Like, it's funny. Maurício de Souza was a really, 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 really big boomer. Like, absolute boomer. But he had a few ideas that aren't really bad, right? Like, for instance, he thoroughly believes that children should touch grass. He believes in that children should touch grass as much as possible. So when he built his theme park, he went ahead with that concept in mind. And he made it so it's a theme park that's also kind of a playground. So the rides, most of the rides that where it was possible would use the children's body to move the toys instead of like just moving it on its own. I need to read more about Pratchett. My main memory are the Green Reaper just being a normal entity that just kinda shows up in the job, like Assassin's Guild trying to kill a guy with a booby-trapped house. Assassin ends up hanging from the ceiling with his feet while a casual conversation with his target. Ah, nice. That is actually kinda chill. It just brings you to where you believe you'll go in the afterlife. Also, the social commentary is amazing, and the characters. I do need to read that book. It sounds like something that I would like, honestly. It does sound like something I would like. Because I do appreciate some dark humor. Life can have a lot of serious and painful things all the time at once, throwing it all the time at once on you. And sometimes the only defense you have against this is to just laugh it off. Without a sense of humor, taking things extremely serious, like people want you to take everything extremely serious all the freaking time, you just stop functioning. For example, the Patriarch, the ruler of the Ankh-Mapog in Believe in Democracy. One man, one vote. He is the man and he has the vote. Beautiful. Okay, now here comes the tough part. The hair. Serious equals numb? Is that why I'm tsundere? Oh god, more trauma. Yeah, because sometimes it's hard, because as a wise man once said, nowadays we live in an attention economy. People's livelihoods depends on whether you're paying attention to something or not. Even here right now on this stream, technically, part of my revenue is tied to you guys paying attention to me. At least long enough that you, in my case, I don't really get much from ads. I try to disable them as much as possible. But it's still tied up enough to the point where it's like, oh, I wanna watch this guy now, so you're paying some amount of attention to me. And people have developed several ways to keep people's attentions up. And one of these ways is to convince you guys that whatever they have someone has to say at the moment is the most important thing ever, right? Twitch says otherwise on the ads. I know. I try to keep them under control, Dylan. I do. I really, really do. Sometimes it's hard to remember, and sometimes I just don't have time for breaks, though. But the thing is, I have a bar here that's supposed to tell me when ads are supposed to show, but they don't play. It doesn't play. I don't know why. I don't want to think about it, but there's a limit of to energy and attention and why it's so desired, why only a few succeed, and why TikTok is making killings. Yeah. Honestly though, guys, you can watch me on the second monitor, it's alright. I do appreciate you guys talking with me though. I really do appreciate the interaction. Ah, but you're at Tipaya, not at Sundara Sky. Lies. Yeah, our kid chat. I do have you on my second monitor. Good. Good. I honestly don't really watch streams on like the main monitor or anything like that, and I think it's silly to expect people to do so. I can make a second monitor on my phone. Nice. I do think that's the idea, Lunatic. Don't worry about it. I kind of forgot where I was going. Oh yeah, attention is a limited resource. So yeah, so it is absolutely a tactic. People wanting to convince you that the thing that they are talking is always the most important thing ever. As shown in the example, attention is a limited resource. Especially when you're multitasking. Oh my god, character of the City Watch once interviewed that as a part of murder investigation. I need to reread my Pratchett stuff. I heard good things about Pratchett from, like, book essayists. Also, guys, I'm reading a book about improvisation, how to do improv. And I'm reading it because I do believe that streaming and improv go together, because technically it's like learning to think on the fly, right? About multitasking, the brain doesn't actually multitask, it just bounces back and forth between tasks quickly. Exactly. And whenever you get stuck on something, that is actually just you not knowing what to prioritize, so the brain just keeps bouncing back and forth so quickly that you end up doing nothing. That's how that works. But yeah, the book that I'm reading is so good. It is so good. And the book starts by saying something that I thought was really interesting, that applies to a lot of stuff and not just not just improv, right? Basically, the book starts by calling out a thing that they do in improv, which they call the rules of improv, which are basically these rules that you are supposed to follow in order to make good improv scenes. And the reason the book calls out these rules is because they are by nature destructive, in the sense that they tell you to not do stuff they tell you what not to do instead of what to do. And the call out I thought was very insightful, because I noticed this a lot when it came to trying to find tutorials about how to write books, for instance, right? How to write books, how to do world building, you know? And every so often, probably because of our own human bias, right? These videos usually start with top 10 mistakes you should never make when writing a character. Top 11 mistakes that will make your world build shit. You know, that kind of stuff? There's a lot of content out there on how to not write. A whole lot of content on how to not write. A whole lot of content on how to not do stuff, you know? But the thing is, all these contents... Oh, Icarus, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hibachi, oh my god, you guys made me think today was Tuesday because I was just drinking how it was going. Hello, I'm doing good. How are you doing? Yeah, it can be interesting, but I'd rather get some pointers on what to do. You're absolutely right, Medina. You're absolutely right. Basically, what the book said about that kind of approach was that if I am trying to become an electrician and I get a lesson on how to not build a circuit, an electric circuit, I will still probably get shocked because turns out I just know how to not build an electric circuit. I don't know how to build an electric circuit. Knowing how to fail does not equal knowing how to succeed. And yes, Fishmael Icarus, I am doing a commission for Momochi. So right there, the book caught me because I was like, okay, that is pretty smart and insightful. And I did notice that that happens a lot of times. I paid with my booty. Alright, what do you mean you paid? You haven't paid yet. Payment is next week. Oh my. I'll be real though, if I actually have to give gifts for SEGs, I would cry. I would cry, because that means she's not into it. Like, I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate that boomer mentality. I don't know if you guys ever saw this in movies where a guy goes to another guy and it's like, oh, you're giving the missus some diamond? Looks like someone's getting head tonight or something like that. No, I think it was specifically head, if I'm not mistaken. Can anyone pay with their booty, or is it Momochi exclusive payment option? No, Momochi exclusive, Momochi exclusive. We don't do open relationships. Neither of us would be comfortable with the idea. Yeah, that stuff is cringe. Give gifts because you like others, not because you get something back. Exactly, exactly. Like, it makes things so transactional too. It's like, nah, this isn't what relationships are supposed to be about. This isn't what relationships are supposed to be about. Is a full down payment, or it comes in small payments every... Hmm. I'd say it's a big payment. I'd say it's a big payment. But no, 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 no. This is not a payment method. This is not a payment method. Oh god. But yeah, I hate that so much. I hate that so much. Thank you for the pet, lunatic. But yeah, anyways. So Momochi been waiting for me for a while for me to be free and do some stuff for her. Maybe it's like, oh, you don't want me to touch my booty? Would be a shame if someone continued to slap your booty at the gym. Oh, in Italian. Twitch is loopy, Medina. Twitch is loopy. Twitch is also really, really bad with context. And that's why you can't rely on auto-mod alone. Twitch knows this, actually. Go. It's so funny that after coming back to Italy, I can actually imagine that accent. Ah, nice. You know, I have grandparents from Italy. That is why Norex composed my intro song to be like that. Not grandparents, great-grandparents. Up, gonna grab a drink and then head out to sleep for now. Alright, Lunatic, thanks for dropping by. Have a nice drink. And good sweet dreams. Ishmael comes along very well. Amazing job, Kiba. Ah, thank you, Medina. I wanna see if I can try to increase the shadow in a few areas, though. Let's see here. Not quite there. Also nice that Icarus can recognize Fisherman. I have spread Project Moon well. You should play Limbus, Icarus. No, Limbus is fun, but it's still a gacha. I have Momochi's Fishmail poster, of course I know her. Nice. Gachas need to be played responsibly. That reminds me, Wasn't there like a... I think there was like a news report of like this one guy who burned all his life savings on trying to get a special weapon. There you go. Much better, Lunatic. Much better. Mamachi, what do you think of Ishmael? She pretty? Wood smash? Nice. Very nice. I mean, that's the whole point. Look at Raiden. Look at Raiden. Look at Raiden. So you chose Base ID Ishmael. Is Base ID your favorite Ishi? Oh yeah, I kind of picked Base ID because it was the first one that popped up. She didn't specify. Thank God I got it right. Because like I said, she didn't specify. Here. And put the employee's card right here too if I want. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. Keep a pass at the gamba check. Yeah, sometimes I do things on my own and I just spray. But like, if I get it wrong, I redo it. Also, I think her cheeks are a little bit more puffy. Maybe I can make them more puffy like this. Ah, there we go. Has a more Ishmael vibe now. Can make her serious too. There we go. Wichita, good news. Oh, as well as BF gifted me Echoes of Wisdom. Oh. Nice. Momochi's been having such a blast with the game. Right, I should actually go first, stay another hour or something. Go to bed, Lunatic. Have a nice one. Bye-bye. Have a good one. It's a very fun game. From what Momochi told me, the game can really, you can really like pick things that suit your playstyle, because there's a lot of combinations. Okay, and with that, we're done with Ishi. Now there was one last waifu. And I do have to ask, Momochi, do you want the base dress for Illustrious, or do you want that fancy party dress that is almost her other canon form? Base form? Alrighty. OGL is the best. I see, I see, I see. Let me take this base 1. Oh, can you send the in-game sprite for me then? I keep getting like every single skin from her and not enough of her base form. I got, if you wanna know, I found the mummy outfit, the one that kind of freaks you out a little bit. Now, usually, Momochi is okay with hot mummies in your area, but apparently there's this particular scheme where they put like a baby king on her. Alright, Momochi, have a good one. Ah, okadoka. Okie dokie. Good. It's good to actually have a front view of her. There we go. Now I can base on it. So for her... This one she looks more serious, but this one she looks more... Well, she looks motherly, if I'm being honest, which... This color... Okay. It's probably why they did the bottle kink. There we go. Oh, she has like the special pupules. Grant pupules. So apparently they went a little bit too hard with the Mummy King, where it feels like she's gonna strap you to a... I don't know the name, a baby carriage, and start feeding you milk through a bottle. Although I'm pretty sure there are doshins where she feeds milk you directly, if you catch my drift, but that's neither here nor there. That is, in fact, neither here nor there. Okay, let's make it like this. Make it better. See. Azure Lane. Momochi's first big gacha addiction. Well, outside of Grand Chase. Man, Grand Chase was... Like, if you think about predatory monetization in free-to-play games, Grand Chase was... Honestly, some parts of it, I think, would actually make Diablo Immortal blush. Or they are at least on par with Diablo Immortal. Which is something. Which is saying something. But that's... just part of the course. Just part of the course. I remember Momochi learned a valuable lesson about online games with Ragnarok Online. Not Ragnarok Online 2, but... I think she has a bit more booty. What do you think, chat? I think we can thicken her up a little bit. I think this is good. Because, like... that game did some mean things, you know? That game just did a lot of mean stuff. Oh, it's the same color as the eye, so I can use this as base. Like, one of the things the game would do, the game would have a skill tree, right? But it would actively reset the skill tree every so often. And they would rebalance all the skills and make it extremely confusing which skills were changed. So in order for you to get a good build again, you would most of the time have to experiment, but then in order to actually change the skill tree, you would have to pay. You get like a free reset every time they did an update with something. And then you had one chance to figure out what was the good build for your character. Now, if you got it wrong, you had to pay. Or wait until another rebalance patch when they would reset the skill tree again. They just did that. And did people complain? Sure. Did anything change? No. Till at the end of the day, people still played it. They got away with so much shit. It was very mean. It was very mean. Okay, so this lady has shoe forward and shoe back. I see. Okay, so for now, I'm gonna do this. This might be a bit too much contrast. Kind of looks like her face is burned, so no. Maybe it's too pink. Yeah, like this. For shadow color. Probably better. And then for darker color, we could go here. Yeah. Can work. Cool, 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 cool. Okay. This is good shit. I think... Dear Beaky Bat, she will get some drinks. Alright, Icarus, have a good one. But yeah, I don't... From what I remember, it was one hell of a game to be free to play. Like, the scaling on the items was actually so bad that people would make PvP rooms and they would actually ban equipment. So every PvP room was people naked, people fighting naked, which was really, really funny. Really, really funny. But also, everyone kind of wanted to cheat on that. So people were like, oh, naked, but weapon you can't bring, you know? So you couldn't bring armor, but you could bring weapons. So if someone had like a weapon that was extremely powerful, they could still one-shot you, and it would take you more to defeat than if you didn't have a powerful weapon. So at the end of the day, the self-balancing that the players didn't really help much. And I remember that the way I played that game was by being a complete bastard, because the whole community was kind of full of bastards, so I could just be my worst without any sense of remorse whatsoever. It was fun. It was really fun. Fun times, really. People who play that game were extremely interesting, to say the least. Like, I would make my own room, because going to someone else's room wouldn't really work with what I did. And I would pick... Because here's the thing. Here was the funny thing. For some reason, there were like 20 maps in that game. Everyone just played one map. And I know why, because technically competitive, right? It's like, okay, the community has decided everyone shall play Dust in Counter-Strike. So that way everyone can learn the ins and outs of that one map and will play that one map to that. And whoever can beat the other person the most in Dust is truly gifted at this game. Alright, the game is so dumb. So what I did instead is I rush B, they will not expect. Exactly. So basically what I did was I played the one map. Well, it wasn't the one map. There were actually 3 maps in total. But I played this one map instead, where there was an insta-dat pit, right? And my entire playstyle revolved around throwing people off the insta-dat pit, not spit. Although I did spit on their faces sometime. Nah, not really. But anyways. So basically, why did I do that? Because of the weapon thing. People would sometimes just have really powerful cash items, wouldn't even care about going naked, and would just like be like, aha, I have the cash item. I can flaunt this magical power of the credit card and for the power that I have bought and beat everyone and show how awesome I am. Also, sometimes I will actually have hacks too. So in that map, didn't matter how well equipped the person was. Didn't matter if they activated infinite life hack, which by the way was a thing you could do in the game because that game was coded with someone's buttocks. It wasn't even the coder's own buttocks, it was actually someone else's. So hacking was extremely easy. I think like you could hack by just opening some files and changing the numbers around. That's how easy it was to hack in that game. It must have been pretty easy because all the 10-year-olds who played it hacked it at one point. And so unless they were using infinite mana hacks and using the mage character who would just spam insta-death magic after insta-death magic, I could fight them off by throwing them off cliffs. It was actually really funny to throw someone who was hacking off a cliff because they would not die, but they couldn't move either. So they were stuck in purgatory forever. And when that happened, I would purposefully get up or minimize the screen and do something else to see if the person who was hacking was like still holding on, to see if they could still get the victory through their hacking. And I would leave them in purgatory and do something else with my life meanwhile. I only remember playing gun game. I know. I think I know which one you're talking about. Here in Brazil, it was released with the name of The Final Duel. It was that one where it was a shooter, but it was third person, and everyone could leap around like they were in the Matrix. Is that the one that you played? That one was pretty fun until it started triggering my my motion sickness. I could play it for like half an hour and then I had to stop. Oh no, I mean Counter-Strike gun game mode. I see. I thought you were referring to a game that was literally named Gun. Which was kind of fun. It was kind of fun. Yeah, the game with swords and guns. I remember the way I played that game is I would pick the rocket launcher as a weapon. And when people started spamming doing like the dash sword thing, I would take a step back and shoot them with a missile in their head. It would work surprisingly often. Yeah, guns. That would actually work surprisingly often. The guy was like super tryharding, and I pull out a rocket launcher and take a step back. So they'd miss the area that I was in, that they were spamming very specifically to hit that one area. And then I blow them up with a rocket launcher. That worked a few times in lower ranked lobbies. Don't know if that actually works against someone who knows what they're doing. The game had very glitchy chat. All the high-level attack was possible because of those glitches. Ah, I see. Nice. Another Korean game, by the way. Korean free games were their own type of game. They were definitely their own breed. I think this is okay for her hair. I could also... can also do this to be more cute. can do like a cutie thing. There we go. I think we can draw her hat too. It has a very fancy party hat. Now I don't know if Momochi wants me to draw the little planes. I'll have to ask her later. But that is fine, because today I'm gonna have some free time, I think, to do this. Oh. There we go, there we go. But yeah, the... Skay, have you ever heard of... what was the name again? Also, I think I know... Have you ever heard of Gunbound? Have you ever heard of Gunbound? Gunbound was one of my favorite games. It was one of my favorite games. It was basically free-to-play Worms. And I wish so dearly that there was like an offline version that you could play with your friends that's just Worms. Because that game was so fun. That game was so fun. It was such a fun, silly PvP game. I hated the paying players, but I remember it, yes. That is fair, that is fair. All these games were very pay to win. So it makes sense to hate the people who actually paid for the game, because it still exists. That's amazing. That's amazing. I remember one of my favorite things to do. There was this one unit, call it the Grub, this one vehicle. And it was so much fun because it threw like a bunch of little balls, right? And the little balls would bounce around. And they would, because they bounced around a lot and they took a long time to fall down, whenever you hit people, you would gain a lot of bonus score, which meant a lot of bonus money at the end of the match. So people would make farming rooms where everyone had to play the Grub. And the Grub was not a very good unit damage-wise, but it was a super fun one. So I joined those, not to grind, but just to have fun with the Grub. And it was so cute. It was so cool to use. It was so cool. It was a little yellow worm. Was a little yellow worm. The other one that I loved playing with was this one. Oh no, they turned it into a phone game. It's Joverchat is Undead Zombie now. Oh no. Oh no. The worst thing is you're probably right. You're probably right. Like, I tried playing the Ragnarok Eternal. I tried playing Ragnarok Eternal. The monetization was actually disgusting. The monetization that they did for that game was actually disgusting. And also you could turn auto, there was an autoplay option. Which, like, yeah, I know, the game technically is that repetitive. It is definitely a feature, but it's so sad that it's there. It is so sad that that exists, you know? Ragnarok Eternal being also a mobile phone version of Ragnarok Online. They replaced the 2D sprites with like 3D ones, but still emulating the 2D style, so they're kinda pre-rendered. It's weird. There's so much psychology baked into game design and how game design wastes your time and money. The worst part is people don't know any better, or who don't know any better reward it. I mean, that's kind of the point of the baked in psychology, right? To obfuscate so you don't know, for the people who don't know any better, to spend more on the game. Let's be real here, it is by design. And the company is doing it can just go like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. It makes a lot of money, so people are happy playing it, right? That's all that's happening here. Don't look too further into it. BRB, alright, Skate. Look not at the man behind the curtain. Monetization Goblin, please do not look. Can we have a monetization Goblin? I think a monetization Goblin already exists, actually. Just sitting here playing Groove Coaster? Oh. Is that the one with a lot of rhythm to it that's really hard? Is it that one? Here. I think I have to use from here. Not too much too close. Maybe this color? Yeah, I think this color works. You know how little that sums Rift games up? Look, it's not my main genre. I am sorry. I am sorry. Momochi used to play them a lot, but then one of them actually gave her, like, wrist pain. She actually went for that rhythm a little bit too hard. So I had to take her rhythm games away because she wasn't gonna be able to draw anymore if she kept playing them. Wonder which one that was. I don't remember. It was one for the Switch, actually. I don't remember the name anymore. It's been a hot minute. And I kind of forgot that that was a thing that happened. Groove Coaster is also on Switch. Was it Groove Coaster? It might have been Groove Coaster, I don't remember. All I can say is, don't play for too long. Be careful with these games. They sometimes ask more of your body than you think they're asking of your body. Think. Oh, it's like a few pixels. Taiko games are also like this. I think Momochi can still play Taiko. That's the Taiko, right? Yeah. That one Momochi still plays, I think. She doesn't play it often. If I'm not mistaken, her sister has it. They like to play together. But I don't actually remember the name right now. But I do remember that there was this one game that gave her like really bad wrist pain. Was kind of sad because she really liked them. She really liked them. It was really funny to see her lose her mind trying to play Rhythm Heaven for the Switch. Not Switch, the Wii. And god damn it, those roly-poly seals were so cute. They were so cute. There was the interview lady. That was a fun game. That was a fun game. Momochi would play and I would just sit and watch her play. Alright, be on the computer. Although I don't remember, because at the time the computer was on my room, right? When I first started streaming, my PC was in my room, and the reverb was terrible. It was like I was inside a submarine. Audio was pretty rough when I was starting out. Hopefully it's better now. But I know for a fact that it's not as rough as that used to be. This is a game that I love also. Trials of Mana. I played it on an emulator. I was so happy that they decided to re-release it so I could finally have an official copy of it. And then they released a remake and I bought it right away, so I played this game like I don't know how many times. Is it an amazing masterpiece? No. Is it nostalgic as fuck for me? Absolutely. Sometimes that's all a game needs to be. Honestly. If it like scratches an itch inside you of like simpler, funner times, that's good enough. That is good enough. Whether the story is kinda cringe or not, that matters not. What matters is how it makes you feel. Like, I can absolutely enjoy stuff and admit it's terrible. And I don't think it's a sin. Especially if it's a more harmless type of media. Like, oh, why is this technically terrible? Oh, you know, it's pretty cliche. It's like power of friendship and shit like that, and the power of light saves the day and whatnot. Whoa, it's Pixel Artist of Legend, the Great Keep streaming, and I almost missed it. Hello, Rose, how are you doing? Exactly, absolutely. And whether someone else dislikes it or not, it doesn't detract from the value of you liking it, too. I am doing an okay. Ah, that is good. It is good to do an okay. Yes, 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 yes. I'm glad to hear you're doing an okay. That is very good. Okay, so if I understood correctly, yep. It just goes around the waist. Now let's see Momochi's hyper helpful guide of how to draw. Okay. Let's see now. There we go. Man, I actually remember that there was a time Azure Lane made Momochi torn. I remember that one day Momochi came to me and said, keep this between us. Although she probably doesn't even remember it anymore. But Momochi really, really got into Azure Lane, and she was really, really enthralled by the waifus and stuff like that. There was one day, though, that she looked at me and she was like, Kiba, is it okay for me to like this game so much? Am I objectifying women for liking this game so much? Her understanding of objectifying women at the time was, well, technically these girls are ships and ships are objects, therefore I am objectifying women. So I did have to do a little explaining there. I get the logic, but that wasn't quite it. That wasn't quite it. But I just remember fondly of that because I thought it was really cute. But anyways. Oh my god, look at the time. So chat, I don't have singing lessons today, but it has been 4 hours of streaming now. And if I keep going, I won't be able to work tonight. So everyone, thank you very much for joining me today. But now it's time for us to rate people, okay? Let's see, who should we rate today? Who is on this beautiful, beautiful day? Let's see. Do we have anyone doing pixels? Do we have pixels today? Huh. That's an interesting string title. I do not own a yoga ball. I wonder if this person wants chats to buy than a yoga ball. Hmm. Well, that's an interesting avatar. Uh-huh. Let's see. Oh, no pixel art. Huh, interesting. Interesting. No pixel art today. Oh. I've already raided them last week, I think. Should raid someone new. Let's see. Alright, I think I'm gonna raid the person that I thought had an interesting avatar. And let's see what happens, shall we? So, everyone, thanks again for joining me. Also, I don't own a yoga ball. Is this a problem? I have no idea. I have no idea. Wait, where did they go? Ah, there they are. Okay. So, everyone, thank you very much for joining me. I hope y'all have a wonderful day or night. Stay awesome. And remember, when in doubt, when you think you can do it, just think like a ninja. And sure you can. Bye-bye, everyone. Have a good one. Bye. Bye-bye. Oh, wait. I still have to actually... here we go. The awkward moment where we wait a little bit. And then we go.